Hi, everyone. Thought I'd get back into streaming. Uh, Here to help answer any questions that people have about Salesforce. Most of this will probably just be dead air. I don't have any presentations planned or anything like that. Um, so I'll just monitor the chat, and if you have questions, I can get a browser open. If you haven't tried out the new Summer 25 release, you should definitely check that out. So I guess I can share that. Let me get a link for that. Let's see, I did post it on LinkedIn, so maybe it'll be easier for me to grab it from there. Um, yep. Oh, I think I said Summer 25, Summer 24. Forgot what year we're in. Let's see, I need to find the chat. Here's the chat. So yeah, I think I've got my chat window open now. I'm still trying to get everything logged in here. Not very prepared for this at all. So I'll have to get all my sessions logged in with all these two-factor. Okay, I've got the OBS channel stuff set up now. I think. And I'm not quite sure how to check if everything is streaming right. If I open the stream from a different browser, let's see. Checking to see, testing 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, so I'll try to get a browser here showing. It's been a while since I've shared a screen on here, so let me flip through my different setups. So I've got this sort of look. Yeah, I think that's typically the view that I would have a browser showing. So I just have to connect a browser. Mm-hmm. Oh, I should open a browser with the new release. This one. Probably this one. Yep. Yep. Okay. So I've got this view, and then I can switch back over to full camera. So I think the cool thing in the new flows for me is going to be that translation or the transform step. And I've been avoiding using it because it's in beta. But with summer 24, that is general availability now, GA. Try the new automation Lightning app. The new Lightning app has all functionality available in setup, plus some new features. Huh. To get to the app, search for automation in the app launcher. Oh, geez, the search looks different. I don't know. I don't see it. If you don't see it, ensure that Enable the Automation Lightning app is selected in the Process Automation section. Okay. So this is the checkbox that you have to turn on first. So you go to Process Automation Settings, and at the bottom of this, you have to check this box. And this is a brand new org for me, so I didn't have a workflow user set. So you have to do that. Your org probably already has it. But after that's turned on, then you've got this automation app. And this is my first time seeing this screen. So I've got flows. Got, the flow errors. So this is nice. Typically you would get to these by going to paused interviews. And then you can click on, there's a separate, I should just bring it up. So the old way. So this is not the new release. So you'd go to interviews. Yeah, pause and failed flow interviews. And on here, you click the second. The failed. I pictured them as tabs, but I guess it's just a different view. So if a user got like that, there was a system error, red text, you can come into here and you can open up and you'll see the path that their flow had gone through and give you an idea of what the error was. So it looks like this is a quicker way to get to that, maybe. And I don't know about where these navigate to. Interesting. Neato. So if I create a new flow from here, this looks different. So I'll start from scratch. Actually, I'd like to see what templates they have now. Generate a payment link. I've never really looked at any of these. I just always create them. I'll play with the screen flows because there's, I think, a lot of new screen flow features added. I still don't like auto layout. So it's this transform object. Oops. So really need to get to know the ins and outs of this one. Yeah, that still has this issue where it shows behind whatever thing you have on your screen. I noticed this in prior versions. Guess that didn't get addressed. Yeah, so this is always going to be on top. It's kind of weird. My first transform. The flow transforms the data source to the target, such as resources from actions, record variables, Apex defined variables. I don't know if I've ever done Apex defined variables where I'm creating my own Apex classes. Usually these things get used when you do the HTTP callouts or external services, then it will create those Apex classes for you. But in the last Salesforce Saturday, someone pointed out that you could just create these classes by hand and then use those inside your flows as a easier way to manage data inside the flow. So I don't really have a data source in this example, but maybe I can just do something. I've never really used it before, so I don't really know what the common use cases are. But maybe if I get an account, or maybe get a lead, like if I think like lead conversion stuff, maybe I'll try to get a lead and then try to create an account from it using that transform. Don't know if this is possible at all. So I'll get a lead. And I'll just grab, what do I want to do for testing? I'll grab one where the last name is my name. And I'll just grab the first one. Grab the newest created one. Create a date descending. And I'll create a lead real quick. Oh, there's already leads in here. I'll just create one. Okay. So I'll have a lead. Let's save it right away. And I should be able to debug it. And I can see the query and it found a record. So great. So now I come into here and then I'll select that as my source. And nice. So you can see then all the data available. And let's say I want to map that to an account. Interesting. So I'll create a record, type account. See, and this checkbox here, I think is really the power of it. So if, to be able, instead of having to loop through things and do assignments and then assign it to a collection, this just all does it in one step. And then I'll map the account name. Is it not? What is it? Company. Company to the account name. Nice. This is really nice. Okay. So did that stick? It did. Okay. So now I'll create the record. The transform. Save it. All right. And let's run that. Interesting. Create record. So it looks like it created it. So if I come back over, there's the account that it created. It's pretty neat. Not having to sit there and click through all the fields is a huge time saver. So now I'll try doing it in a loop. Maybe instead of grabbing the one lead, I'll try to grab more leads. I hate to just grab them all, but let's see what kind of data there is. About all the leads that have a first name that start with the letter B. And this time I'll grab all records. And then this is messed up. It's fine. Let me redo this. Save and reload the flow. Okay. Okay, no error. So now it knows it's a collection. And we'll map it to the same thing. Count and allow multiples. Okay. And then we'll map the company to the name. Close it. Save it. So this thing flipped on its own. I don't think that's normal in flow stuff. Usually like everything just breaks. So that's interesting to see that fix itself. Maybe that was part of that reload it. Yeah. Okay, so I'll run it. So looking at my transform, I can see all the input. I can see it created all this output. And then did the create record with these 4 records. And let's look at the data. I mean, obviously they're created. That's that's pretty cool. I like it. I'm definitely going to use it. Yeah, I see myself using this one a lot. But I don't think you can manipulate the data during the transform, right? It's pretty much just a straight copy of the data. Like there's no way to put a formula here unless I'm missing something. But like it would be nice to be able to somehow like say this is a formula and I should take like the first four letters of the company and I don't know, do something. I suppose if I wanted to do that, maybe I would map it to an Apex class now, generate an Apex class, map it to there, and then put that logic inside the Apex class. I'm not sure what other data sources are common. Hmm. Hmm. I think there's a lot of new features on the screen too. Something about being able to call actions now from a button. This repeater thing, I think, has been here for a while, but this is really going to add some cool stuff. More of being able to build just a whole application inside of a flow. So was that even, let me look at an old org. Yeah. So repeater's not beta anymore. Nice. Nice. It's kind of neat. I can't think of any times when I would use this though. Maybe if you're like trying to ask for multiple addresses, trying to generate child records and letting the user enter in data for all the child records up front. But I don't know, the screen kit's kind of big. All right. I'll also have my LinkedIn open if anyone wants to connect with me directly on LinkedIn, so that they can send me screen captures of things. I'll have that open as well. Paste my LinkedIn address. Okay. So I'm going to be doing some normal work that I don't think would be appropriate for me to show on camera. So, but I think if you send a chat message, it'll ding and then I'll hear it and then I'll tab back over to this. These are the dates coming up for the next release. So we just crossed the pre-release org sign up. And release notes should be coming this week. This is a good website to learn what might be in the next release. I'll put this link in the chat as well. So inside of here, you can start to read about the flow enhancements. So here's the repeater that we looked at. So I haven't looked at these action buttons yet. It's just in beta. I try not to focus too much time looking at beta features since I wouldn't really roll them out to clients. And I don't want to get myself in the habit of using functionality that just isn't readily available for me to use on real projects. But it does look really, really neat. And I'm excited to see this coming. For smaller projects, it might be reasonable to use it, but the real reason I don't is that I'm usually on projects pretty short term, and I would hate to implement something that works fine in beta and then walk away from the project, and then 3 months later in the next release when it becomes GA and they've made changes to it, and now something needs to be tweaked in order for it to keep working, and I'm not there, it kind of puts them in a tough position. If it were my own org, or if it were on a project that I knew I was going to be working on long term, then I'd probably be more willing to use it. No, this is a little interesting. I wish I could define required to be based on a formula. So make this field required only if that other field was a certain value. So like a conditional required. Improvements. Oh, so kind of like what they're doing here. I'm not quite sure how they're doing that. This didn't say required though. Read only versus disabled. So maybe they did add it. Yeah, see, it's either required or not required. So is it just on address? Yeah, required. Yeah, I wish they hooked this up to everything. I don't know why just address. That's frustrating. Hmm. Yeah, here's the transform. Loops. Let's just show them having a function. How'd they do that? How'd they do that? Maybe it depends on the type. This is text going to text. Let's try their description example. How'd they get that formula to show up? Oh. Uh-oh. Hmm. Oh, this is an Apex. This is Apex class on the left. So maybe that matters. Hmm. Oh, that's cool. This check for matching records, I think, will be helpful. So in here, instead of just blindly creating these accounts, but I don't see the option to do it here. This is on create. This is create. Oh, but maybe you can only do it when it's one. Yeah, here it shows. So if I do it from the record variable, then I don't have that option. Okay. Which is what it says. It's handy knowing instead of having to figure out what the required fields are, just shows you now. That's pretty handy. This is blank and it's empty. This is gonna be nice. So it should be a new operator instead of just as null. Better resource picker. Okay. This is all just UI stuff. Holy cow. Schedule triggered flows, debug scheduled flow with specific records. This is huge. Debugging scheduled flows was always tough. So that's pretty exciting. So I'm going to try to create one here. Where's my new flow app? Automation. Create a new scheduled flow. So let's say I'm going to run this on those lead objects where the first name starts with a B. So I should get those same 4 records. And have it create a matching account. I can't type. And now I can check for matching. That's cool. Oh, quite sure what I'm matching on here, though. Oops. They just have a hard, what? Yeah, they're just hard coding a value. Well, that's a little weird. Hmm. So if there's a match, you can update it or you can skip it. And this button doesn't seem to work. It's weird. Oh, maybe this is like a weird, now I've broken it. These radio buttons don't work. Make it just do, I don't know what this is trying to do. Let's see what it saved. Okay, can I change those? Yes. So it's like clicking on it is doing something, but you just can't see it. So this is my test scheduled flow. I just want to see the debug experience now. Wow, I can select a record. But it doesn't match the criteria. So I wonder if that matters. Yeah. It didn't meet the condition. But I think there's a checkbox that says, yeah, skip the condition. So then it goes through. That's extremely helpful. Otherwise, sometimes I would go through the effort of creating a subflow and so that I could debug my subflow, and then I would have the triggered flow call the subflow. So this is a big time saver. I've still never used the flow orchestration because I can't tuck a company into using it. You get a number of free ones, but then you have to pay if you use it too much. So because of that, usually companies say, no, don't start using it. Yeah, so that's it. Very interesting. I wonder if I can record videos while I'm streaming like this. I'm going to try and fire up Camtasia and see what happens. It can't seem to get my camera. Oh, my camera's not started. Okay. So I'm going to record a video here. Okay. New in summer 24 release, when you have a scheduled flow, you can finally debug it using test data. So if I do debug, you can give it a record to trigger it. So in this case, I'm going to pick this lead that doesn't meet my criteria. So when I run it, I can see that, okay, this thing didn't meet the conditions to start it because the conditions are saying only where the first name is equal to B. But I could debug again using that same test data, skip the conditions, and now I can see it started to execute it. This was also using another new feature in the summer 24 release of using matching criteria to do an update instead of a create on that step. So a lot of cool new features coming in this release. It should be exciting. Okay, I got that video exporting now. I'm gonna post it on LinkedIn and to YouTube. Okay. 10:30 here, and I still haven't gotten any work done. So getting very distracted by all this cool release notes stuff. So the project I'm working on today is for a community site, basically a app that they don't want to look like Salesforce at all. And so am building everything kind of from scratch instead of using all the Lightning style guides, just basically doing everything with div tags, a lot of Flexbox. And what we're doing is prototyping it all in Figma first, and then taking those Figma screens and creating Lightning components out of them. And then using Apex to serve up data to the Lightning components, all running inside of one of those LRW, the lightweight. So LWR community sites. It's very, very fast so far. But the application's not done yet. I do have one complicated screen that is basically like 300 plus fields on a page, and using templates on the LWC side to conditionally render just some of those fields at a time, being able to click through and show different sections of a form very quickly. So far, it's very fast. Wish I could show it, but probably not appropriate. If you have any questions, just slap it in the chat. If there's something that you want to see in Salesforce or something you're wondering, Jody on LinkedIn says she has a new rule for Salesforce professionals. Number one, all Salesforce admins must do a stint as a consultant for exposure to multiple orgs, different use cases, and creative solutions to various requirements. And then on the flip side, number two, all Salesforce consultants must do a stint on the client side to ensure an understanding of the care and feeding required for healthy, secure org and happy end users. I think that's pretty good advice. If you want to somehow build the best admin consultant guru type of person. Unfortunately, I don't think it's hard to find a person that is that won't go crazy in one of those two environments. Usually, a person's like suited towards the consultant life, or they're not. So I don't know if you throw a person into the consulting world that isn't like mentally prepared to handle the stresses of that, they might just get soured on Salesforce altogether. Who knows? And then if you have someone that does have the consultant mindset, then and you put them in a situation where they're just at a client site for 8 hours a day working in one org, they might get bored and end up quitting. I guess in both cases, I think there's a lot of risk of a person getting demotivated and just moving on to a different career path. But geez, yeah, from an experience point of view, it's great to have a person that's had experience with both. I can't say that I have much experience as both. Well, maybe, I don't know. When I first started out, I was I was a consultant, but it was more staff aug type of situation where I was at a client for 8 hours a day and you're on that project for a couple of years. It's kind of the same thing, but not exactly the same thing. I always say that the best Salesforce consultants are the ones that actually use Salesforce day to day. And I think it's strange when I go into a place that has admins and developers, and well, for one, most times they don't even have an account in their prod org to be able to log in and do anything. Which I think is a mistake. I just think it's a mistake. So there's free accounts that you can create for developers to at least be able to use things like Salesforce DevOps. But why not at least set up a different org for them to use and have them actually be using it? We use a lot of other tools to manage things that could be done directly in Salesforce. Jira is extremely common. It's quick and easy to use Jira, and it links up with a lot of other tools, so I can understand the value with Jira. But at the same time, if you have developers in your staff and talented admins, why not just build that functionality right inside of Salesforce and then not have another tool? And that way you are doing that thing where the people that are building Salesforce solutions for you in-house are the people that are using it day to day, and they'll come up with much better ideas of how to solve problems if they're using it, I think. And that's what I've seen. It's also what I tell people that are trying to get into Salesforce, uh, that they should be using Salesforce right now. So create a developer org, use it to manage your shopping list, your any project that you're working on. Just start creating objects and keeping track of stuff and use it day to day. It's the best way to get experience. Kitty Fish completed another super badge. The sales accounts super badge. That's pretty cool. This is that post. Extra credit for unwinding the impact of a prior consulting engagement that solved a quick win but left a heap of crazy under the hood. Yeah. I use Slack and I didn't notice the AI stuff. Slack AI now includes a new recap feature, search answers, conversation summaries. Hmm. I have to turn on recap. Okay. Don't see it. I don't have this recap icon above my channels. I'm on the home. Maybe I need to restart it. Nope. I don't know.
That's funny. there could be some decisions that you have to make. Like, like it's like something was decided for you. And instead of trying to make something that is done work, it's like the invitation is to make the decision, commit to that, and to start creating what comes next. But here's the thing. When we say no to something, we're saying yes to something else, but that involves a lot of unknown. And that is scary. I have many videos as to why that is scary. Actually, you can check one out right here. But the unknown is scary. And so we're doing the best we can with like what is available. And if you want to turn your life around, I want to share a couple things. One, it's okay to choose again. It's okay to want something different for yourself. It's okay.
That's crazy.
Have you ever had, maybe you're in that place right now where you want to turn your life around and you know somewhere deep in your soul there could be some decisions that you have to make. Like, like it's like something was decided for you. And instead of trying to make something that is done work, it's like the invitation is to make the decision, commit to that, and to start creating what comes next. But here's the thing. When we say no to something, we're saying yes to something else, but that involves a lot of unknown. And that is scary. I have many videos as to why that is scary. Actually, you can check one out right here. But the unknown is scary. And so we're doing the best we can with like what is available. And if you want to turn your life around, I want to share a couple things. One, it's okay to choose again. It's okay to want something different for yourself. It's okay.
ChatGPT guide for job hunting. Have it write a resume. Seems kind of weird. I've created resume versions based on the type of role I wanted to get, especially like when I transitioned from Microsoft development to Salesforce. But I've never tried creating a resume specific to one job. I don't know. Developing a networking strategy. This is one that I should do. I don't really believe much in interview prep because I don't know, it seems a bit dishonest to me. I suppose it depends what you mean by interview prep, I suppose, to get yourself into the right mindset for the ways to answer, techniques that you can use to answer questions. I suppose that kind of prep makes sense. But when I read this, I just kind of assumed that it was like, oh, let me memorize a bunch of stuff. But that's probably not what it means at all. Career pivot sounds interesting. Salary negotiation is interesting. This is all good stuff. Chris Donnelly. Should probably check him out. Is he the one that posted this? No. But he mentions it. Hmm. Looks pretty cool. AI force training.
We are on the case object, and here we've got a new case here where the generator just keeps shutting down on its own. And I updated the page a little bit here so we can see this a little better. We've got the AI information on our right-hand side, and then the basic typical case information on the left-hand side. Now you can imagine when the case first comes in that the AI is going to be running in the background due to the flow. Upon case creation, the flow gets run. Here's that flow again, just a quick glance again, and the blue boxes are that call out to GPT to take those GPT actions. Back over to the case, I'm going to trigger it. I set up a trigger here just for our demo that when I change that priority, it's actually going to run that flow. It's going to kick that flow off, and then the AI information is going to be generated for this particular case. So we're looking for an AI summary. a summary of the case. We're looking for a translation, and in this case, we set the translation language to Spanish. We went ahead and did that inside the flow, and then we have AI suggested resolution. Now that information is being pulled from a PDF document that's uploaded into Salesforce in a file. Here's the file here, and take a look. Here's a section on why is my portable generator shutting down. This is like a frequently asked document or a support document. FlowGPT is going to use the information from that document to support this particular customer. Okay, I've waited long enough. It really only took about 3 seconds to complete. I'm going to refresh the page and show you what we have. Here we go.
So that's kind of an interesting way to do it. I have created like invocable methods for Apex code in general to connect out to ChatGPT to have it answer questions. The thing that companies or what Salesforce is trying to pitch right now is that from a enterprise data security point of view, you might not want to have people choosing on their own what data is sent to ChatGPT. And that's where Salesforce is trying to build in all these guardrails of only letting approved data be used for these prompts. But I think those are that's great for Salesforce to do for large enterprise situations and regulated industries. But for typical small businesses or startups that are trying to get a competitive edge, I would definitely just make these call outs the way that they're describing this video here on the AI Force training. And then I really like this concept of having like some sort of static resource that contains data that you could pass along with these requests to have it give better answers. So that in this case, they used a PDF that I imagine is sent as an attachment with the prompt, and then ChatGPT can use that to give better answers. It's pretty neat.
So we have AI in my org. We have the AI summary. So customer generator shutting down unexpectedly. Great. We have the AI translation. Looks like a great Spanish translation for the particular issue. And then finally, an AI suggested resolution. Just troubleshoot a portable generator that keeps shutting down. Check for overloading by unplugging some loads. Ensure the fuel is shut off and the valve is turned off. And again, that information, where did it come from? It was pulled from the file. Now, this is all possible because of FlowGPT. FlowGPT is the magic behind what you just saw here. And this is just one of countless examples of incredible things that you can do with FlowGPT. This is an example where Flow is running in the background. The user never sees it. They just show up on the case and there's AI information available. And of course, you've got screen flows and all the great out-of-the-box Flow application that you can use from Salesforce, and the actions you can use from Salesforce to just do whatever you want inside of a flow. This is what we're teaching at AI Force Training. I hope you enjoyed the demo. I can't wait to see you on your AI journey in the future. We are on the case object, and here we've got a new case here where the generator just keeps shutting down on its own. And I updated the page a little bit here so we can see this a little better. We've got the AI information.
Really terrible about them. So we are all reading the news about the layoffs that are happening. A lot of people are losing their job. Economy has certain challenges, and I feel really terrible about them. I've been through one of those, and it's not fun. There's a million things that go through your mind if you're on the receiving end of it. There's one takeaway from that, and I wish more people would think about it. The only thing in the long run that would matter is your network, specifically your informal, professional.
Totally agree with this. And this is something that I really didn't appreciate for most of my career. it's really knowing, having a lot of people know you, I suppose, so that when they think of, oh, I need help with some type of problem, that you're the person that they think of.
Not your place of work, circle of influence. Once you get laid off, most people you worked with forget about you pretty quickly. You have a few friends who'd remember you, try to help you, but a vast majority will not. The thing that networks like LinkedIn have done is they have given us an ability to expand the net that is so wide, that is not geographically constrained, that is borderless. And it is imperative, especially if you still have a job, if you're working for a large company, small company, whatever in a particular area, you owe it to yourself to expand your network, not only to other people like you, but to vendors, to consulting companies, to consultants, anybody and everyone who is slightly outside of your professional circle are valuable people to be connected to. The thing that I realized when this happened to me was that people who I'd helped at some point in my life were the ones who were willing to take a call, who were willing to respond to my email, who were willing to refer me to someone in their organization. And it's that kind of investment you want to build into your own career. You want to safeguard from a long-term perspective and build a good camaraderie, build a circle of friends, a circle of influencers, people who know you, who understand, appreciate what you do. A vast majority of people who work at an organization really don't care. They're just not willing to do anything outside maybe serving their boss's boss, a set of people within the organization. But this sort of event happens if you get laid off suddenly. Those people can't help you anymore. All the investment that you've made in those relationships is mostly gone, unfortunately. And it's not like your colleagues were bad people. It's just that that's the economic circumstance their organization faces, which you're no longer a part of. So my request to you is, if you have a job, if you don't have a job, if you're looking for one, in either one of those scenarios, definitely go out, build your network, invest in your network, help people when you can. Just be kind, be nice, forward references, try to connect them with other people like them. There are so many of these little acts of kindness that pay back in spades. I got into Salesforce because I was talking with a recruiter who was really nice. Then I found someone who was hiring for Salesforce who happened to be connected to this person. And just by simple acts of references across LinkedIn, I was able to get into Salesforce. And the thing is, it happens every day, all the time. But if you have a job where you've been a couple of years, if you've been there long enough, your muscle to build social networks is atrophied, is gone, because you didn't care. You work for some large company. You don't care. You're a senior director or some senior person. You don't care. And one day when something like this happens, it puts things in perspective. Anyone who's gone through this becomes more humble, more helpful. In the grand scheme of things, we are this tiny speck in the continuum of time. So I hope you can appreciate and do it selfishly for yourself, and also just to be a good human. Help people around you, connect with as many people as you can, collaborate with them, cooperate, just pass the kindness, pass it on, and one day it'll come back. It's terrible to read, and I feel sorry for folks who've gone through this. The good news is we will all come back. We'll find better jobs. We will evolve. We will do other things. But this is also a time to invest and build your own network of friends and people that can help you when something like this happens. Hope this was useful. Good luck. Let me know what you think. Thank you.
Very good advice. want to loop through a bunch of items, but I want to pass data to the next iteration. Not sure how to do that in JavaScript. Closure. You can pass a thing. Okay. I can do that. Don't go into Salesforce. It's not worth it. That type of sentiment drives me crazy. Yeah. I wish Salesforce professionals could take a moment, like in this person and the screenshot, and realize we've got it really, really good. We do. Started TS 2.5 years ago. Never touched SF prior. Started TS. I don't know what TS is. Tech. That's the stack. Tech stack. Never touched Salesforce, not San Francisco, Salesforce prior. Came from a completely different industry. Been in my role now for coming up on 1.5 years. I'm sitting here writing this from my hotel room just outside the Black Forest in Germany, in a village of Bed something or other. Bad. I don't know where that is. Salesforce opens doors. Spending a week here with a team from all over the globe. Yeah, it's pretty exciting. One little thing that catches my eye about this post is when they say they come from a different industry. And if you're getting into Salesforce, I would recommend not thinking of Salesforce as the industry, because Salesforce can really be applied to almost anything. So if you come from a medical industry or a manufacturing industry or the fast food industry, all Salesforce can be leveraged across all of those. So it's really important to have that, what I would call the industry experience, and then focus on applying Salesforce to that industry. Having the business knowledge is what really sets you apart from other developers or admins that are competing for that job. Yeah, talent stacker. This is TS. Don't get into it. It's not worth it. It depends. If you're not motivated to learn, like if you're not a self learner and you're thinking, oh, I'll spend a few months getting to know Salesforce, I would agree that it's not worth it, because you really have to dedicate your whole life to continuously learning Salesforce. It's not like these other things in life that you've been told where you go to school for a couple of years, you learn it, and then you spend the rest of your life doing it. Salesforce changes so much that it's like continuing with school for your whole life. It's like, well, for me anyway, it's like going to school full time and working full time. It's a lot. Well, I would say that if you dedicate that much time to it, then it is definitely worth it. Then you can, then the payoff. I suppose it depends what you value in life. It's worth it. Can mean such different things to different people. I don't know. Is anything worth it? I'm really not good at JavaScript.
Hello everybody, my name is Kyle and this is Web Dev Simplified, where we make the web easy to understand and accessible for everyone. In this video, I'm going to be covering CSS sticky position, what it is, and where you should be using it by going over 2 examples in depth.
I need to make buttons that stay at the bottom of the screen. And I need to get a refresher on how to do that.
Where CSS sticky position makes sense to use. Let's get started now. The first example that you can see here.
So this web dev channel, Web Dev Simplified, is kind of my go-to. This guy knows his stuff.
Is where you have a web page with a header at the top, you have some content inside of it, and you want your head page. So we would select that, navigate position, that we sound, it no longer sticks, and over here, and we scroll here up. This is a great use for sticky positioning when you want to move an element that doesn't already start at the position you want to fix it at. Now let's look at another example where sticky
I think I want to do that too for a section of this application.
positioning positioned element being relatively positioned. So if we save that, this act like a fixed position element, and then if it's set to 0, as soon as the top of this is 0 pixels away from the top of the screen, it'll stick to the top of the screen and act like a fixed position element. And then if it becomes farther away from the top of the screen than 0 pixels, it'll go back to the browser. And position sticky acts just like relative position when it's inside the browser. So if we scroll, you see it looks just like relative position and it works just like normal. But the key here is if you supply a parameter here, for example top, and we set it to 0, as soon as the top of this is 0 pixels away from the top of the screen, it'll stick to the top of the screen and act like a fixed position element. And then if it becomes farther away from the top of the screen than 0 pixels, it'll go back to being relatively positioned. So if we save that and we scroll here, you see it's relative and stays down there just like we want. And as soon as the top of this element touches the top of our screen, it becomes fixed position to the top of our screen. And if we go back up, you see, just like we wanted to. And the best part is since it acts as a relative positioned element, we no longer need to apply margins to the stuff that comes after our navigation. So this is a great use for sticky positioning when you want to move an element that doesn't already start at the position you want to fix it at. Now let's look at another example where sticky positioning can be used inside of content that is smaller than the size of the screen. Let's open this up in live server here. And we have a list right here of different elements. So we have A, B, C, D, and all the way down. And what we want is as we scroll through our list, we want this A header to stay at the top of the page until we get to the B header, and until we get to the C header, and so on, all the way down to D. So in order to do that, let's go into our list HTML here. And we have our container, we have a list right here, and it has a header inside of it, which is where we want to apply our positions to. So we can use sticky position for this too. So let's select our list header. I'm going to give it a position here of sticky. And we also want it to stick to the top of the screen, so we'll use top 0. And that's all we need to do. If we scroll down, you'll see it sticks to the top of the page and stays there. And then when B comes in, B becomes the top, and C, and then D, and so on. And the reason that these elements stop becoming sticky when they hit the next element is because a sticky element only is fixed position while inside of its parent element. So if we scroll down here, you see that we have our header right here, which is inside of a list group. And the list group just goes to the bottom of the elements inside that list. So acorn in this example is the bottom of the list group. And as soon as our list header gets to the very bottom of its parent, the list group, it no longer becomes fixed position, which is exactly what we want. So if we scroll down, you see we hit B, and B is the same way. Once it passes the last element, C becomes the new sticky positioned element in that place, and D, and so on. And this is exactly where sticky position shines. This is the reason that sticky position was created, in order to create these dynamic scrolling elements inside of your page that aren't just fixed at a certain spot on your page at all times. One thing to note about sticky position though, is not all browsers currently support sticky position. Only about 90% of browsers support it, and that's only if you prefix it as well. In order to prefix the element, you use these different prefixes. So we have WebKit sticky, we have Moz sticky, MS sticky, and O sticky, and these just stand for the different browsers that we have. So we have Opera, we have Microsoft, we have Mozilla, and so on. And WebKit would be for Chrome. And you just want to put all of these above the normal definition for sticky.
So I've gotten the top sticky working in my app now. And now I'm working on the bottom sticky for the buttons. So really, I just want to have like a set of buttons that are always visible at the bottom of the screen. This is the app that I'm working on here, where I've been trying to get like a Figma design, using Figma first to do all the designs, and then taking that and building LWC components from it. And I'm still not very good at it, but in Figma, as long as you use auto layouts for everything, then things carry over to Flexboxes pretty easily. And then there's extensions inside of VS Code where you can plug directly into Figma, and you have like basically a tab open with Figma, and you can select all your different Figma components and then have it generate the HTML and CSS for the component that you've highlighted using a third-party component or a plugin, third-party plugin, a Figma plugin called Locofy, Locofy, Locofy Lightning. That one's doing a pretty good job. But I've only been using this process now for one project. But I'd like to do it for every project. Figma also has Salesforce design components that you can use to quickly prototype Salesforce screens. But I've never used it. No longer a CMM. I don't think Salesforce can do lots of things. I think the CRM was just the first solution that they developed. It's really an open platform. Right. Yeah, it's a whole platform. I mean, it's been that way for a long time. I mean, longer than I've been in Salesforce.
I'm going to show you how you can use ChatGPT to get sample data to import into your developer org. So let me show you how to do this. So as you can,
I've done it a couple of ways. One was to just ask it to generate a comma delimited file, CSV. I did that for all of the pizza data, actually, Pizza Hut data in my test org. Oh, I got logged out. Got logged out. So all of these were generated through ChatGPT, asking it to give me CSV data that contained address information. So it generated all these addresses. I just imported it. The other way I've done it is to ask it to generate Apex code to insert test data. And then it would write that for me. Let's see what Taylor says about it.
you can see here, I've created a prompt that I'm going to put into ChatGPT that's going to generate this data for us that we can then put into a text file and then upload using dataloader.io. So let's go ahead and copy this and show you how it works. Let's copy this prompt.
Yeah.
Now you can create your own prompt. It doesn't have to be this prompt. But you just have to remember, the more specific you are, the better the data you'll get. And we don't want any names that are like Jane or John or Johnson. We want it to be unique. So that's what I've done here. So if we go to ChatGPT, paste that into there and hit return.
Yeah, it's not the right format though. You should ask for it.
See, we run into a problem already with this prompt. It's giving us the data, but it's listing it in a way that's not going to allow us to put it into a text file.
Hopefully I'll ask for it in CSV format.
Say, please list this as CSV.
There you go. So now his field names are going to be wrong. But maybe he'll just map that after the fact.
All right, so now we can take this, we can copy it, and I'm going to paste it into a text file. There's many text file software available that you can use. So I'm using one that's available on Windows. So I'm going to pause this video and create that file. Alright, so here I have my sample data that I have imported into.
Another interesting thing is that I think you can hook up ChatGPT directly to the Google Sheets, and he could have used that to fill in the data here, which probably would have been faster.
A Sheets file so that you can see it. You want to make sure that this data is all separated correctly.
Oh, helps if your field names are right too.
ChatGPT gives you something that has the entire address together. That's not going to work for the merge. As the operation in your object.
I never use this data loader IO to import data. I typically
You wanna
use
launch
Salesforce
data loader
Inspector.
IO and just confirm the redirect.
Either Salesforce Inspector or the data loader, actually, like the desktop application. But
Log in with Salesforce. Problem. Redo our CSV file.
is he redoing it?
If it's not exactly lined up with the field, you're going to have to select the field manually.
Well, because name needs to be first name and last name for a contact. Yeah.
First and last names.
Yeah. So this is where you could just have done that in the sheet, added another column, and then told it to fill
So
it.
for our mailing address, ChatGPT.
But yeah, I mean, if you're going to be importing data often into a sandbox, there are there's lots of ways to do it. You can use command lines to import some of this stuff using SFDX and the data tree export and a data tree import. The data is extracted in like JSON format, but the cool thing is that it can handle, I guess like the name implies, a structure of data to establish parent-child relationships instead of having to line things up with external IDs. But this is a good tip from Taylor. Oops, what did I just click? Oop. Omni Studio. Every now and then I get people asking me for help with the Omni Studio. I don't really know it. Okay, back to what I was doing. What was I doing? I was getting my buttons. So I've got my buttons on my application now, but they're laid on top of my content. So I need to somehow have my content not cover the buttons. Yeah, so I need to add space for that. doesn't really write software, it assists at best. Came across recently that AI is going in the wrong direction. Yeah, I mean, I agree. It doesn't really write it for you. And yeah, it barely assists. I think it's a lot like working with an intern. Typically, you tell the chat to do something and it does it wrong. And then you have to explain that no, you need to do it this way or that way, or watch out for this thing or the other thing. And you kind of have to go back and forth maybe 3 or 4 times before you have something usable. The plugin for VS Code from GitHub, yeah, the GitHub Copilot is very useful and gives you like an autocomplete, and it will try to guess what you're trying to do. I'd say it's useful probably 75% of the time. Usually it gives me ideas of better ways that I could be doing it, but a lot of times it's just like completely wrong and I need to delete what it did and start typing it the way that I would do it, and then the further I get, the better it is at predicting what I'm trying to do. But the GitHub Copilot is one that I prefer not to be without at this point. GitHub Copilot. Yeah, this thing. It's worth every penny. See my screen. Ooh, Taylor's a CPQ. That's cool. It's got administrator and associate. I need a way to be able to search my LinkedIn contacts for people that are CPQ certified. I don't know how to do that. All right, I got my buttons working at the bottom. So I ended up just creating a, I guess the weird thing was that I had a div tag that was sticky, and inside the div it had the two buttons. And when you scrolled, it looked like the buttons were floating on top of everything. So what I really needed to do was put a background on that div tag that was sticky so that it looked better. So Bill Appleton is a cool guy. Really looking forward. Can I do voice recognition here? Really looking forward to using transform steps. Hey, Paulo. Good to see you on here. Hope everything is going well for you. Is there anything that you're curious about? Topics that I should dive into? Glad to hear things are good with you. For me, things are amazing. I've I'm not quite finished with my new office yet. I still need to make a better desk, but the the lighting in here is getting better. The sound is better. Yeah, summer 24. Very excited about summer 24. You know, the last release, spring 24, I didn't really have many things in there that I was really excited about. But the two things that I'm really excited about are those the transform and being able to debug a scheduled flow. Gonna be huge time savers for both of those. Uh, cool. I'm glad it sounds okay. I still have a habit, I think, of whispering. I think I don't really talk very loudly to begin with, but I finally figured out inside of OBS all the techniques to boost the sound levels to the right amount, and then making sure they don't go higher than that. So even if like you move the microphone away from you, then I think it's still supposed to amplify it correctly. But I don't know. I'm still learning a lot about audio. Oh, the action button is what is most hyped about. Yeah, I haven't even started looking at that yet. Do you have like a use case that you expect to use it for? Yeah, the other weird thing about this microphone. So I went out and got, this isn't the most expensive microphone, but it's certainly not just like a $2 one. And it's got both the USB-C connector and like the heavy duty, like professional audio cable XLR, I think maybe they're called. And everyone's like, oh, you got to use the XLR. So you take that, and then I had to buy a separate mixer board kind of thing where you plug the mic in, and then that gives you a USB out. Now that I've been using this for a while, I'm pretty sure that mixer board thing is useless, and that I thought, oh, I got to use that because everyone keeps saying the mic is so quiet, and that if I get this mixer board, then I'll be able to turn up the gain on it. But I mean, it doesn't do it to the point where it's acceptable. I still need OBS to adjust it. So right now it's still going through that mixer board. But I'm pretty sure that if I just take the USB-C from the microphone and just put that right into the laptop, I'll probably get the exact same output. So I think it was a waste of money to buy that mixer. It's a Vocaster 2 is what I ended up going with. Oh, you made a video showing your thoughts on it. That's awesome. Case property booking scenarios. Oh, yeah. Property booking. I see a lot of applications with property management inside of Salesforce. I find it very interesting. Are we connected? So you're using the Shure. Oh, that's a popular mic, isn't it? MV7. Yeah, that's a cool mic. Ooh, there's a plus. Does the plus get you a light on the top? Yeah, I think it's similar to what I paid for this one. I don't even know what this one is. Oh, it's the Rode. I don't know anything about mics. Hmm. Repeaters and actions, yeah. Lots of good stuff coming. So now in my application that I'm making, I need to save state between sessions. And because I plan on using a custom object and saving the state as just a JSON string and then putting that in a long text field inside the custom object. And I hope that I don't exceed the length of the custom object field. Made it a big one. But the challenge is that they want to be able to work on entering form data on one phone and then go to another phone and be able to continue. So I can't use like local storage or anything like that. What if it does work out? I haven't used this PLA stuff for about 10 years. Lately, I've been using a resin 3D printer, and to get supports off of there is extremely easy. You just warm it up with a heat gun, and then the supports just brush off. I haven't tried that technique yet with PLA, traditional type of printer. Oh, what am I working on? Yeah, so I'm working on an app. It's a community site. I would say a community site for authenticated users, and it's for an insurance company, and they need to let people log in and manage their policies and other related info. So the challenge is that they don't want it to look like Salesforce at all. So you can't really use any of the styling, and even like some of the components. It's like it's hard to override the styling to the point where they'll be happy. So I'm basically doing the UI from scratch. And I wish I could show it, but probably wouldn't be appropriate. And they want it to look good on mobile devices first. So I'm kind of focusing on that. So right now it's a lot of HTML, CSS, JavaScript. What kind of stuff do you do though? What do you work on? You got a hike of 40% on switching from Salesforce. Not quite sure what he did prior to Salesforce though. Let's see if we can figure it out. Worked on Linux kernel. So he's probably a C developer. You know, so would you graduate in 2020? 7 months there, 7 months there. I mean, also, once you get a few years experience in anything, software development, you'll get a bump in pay as well. So it's hard to really say that it was specifically uh, because of Salesforce. Boy, it looks like he's working at Salesforce now, or was. He was at Salesforce. It's good to have on the resume. But yeah, working working in tech that nobody else wants to do, where there's high demand, low supply. I mean, that's the way to do it. Who knows if the Salesforce thing will last forever, but most people don't leave the job, they leave their manager. I don't know. Well, for me, I don't remember ever leaving because of a manager. In fact, the last two times I left a job, it was very odd because I was super happy for both of the consulting companies that I was working for. And I think I just wanted a little bit more, wanted to do my own thing. And the manager there had nothing to do with it. They were awesome people. Nice. All right, I'm heading out. I'm gonna get some lunch. So I've been working for 4.5 hours. I'm gonna go get some food and then I'll resume another stream after that.